Good morning. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is September 1st of 2022. These are the traffic court bench trials. I'll call your case. If you have an attorney representing you, your attorney can respond on your behalf. If you're representing yourself, let me know if you are ready to go forward with trial. On the first calendar at the 10 a.m. session, we have Geneva Sirwa Blick. Ms. Blick is charged in 4 citations with 2 fast for conditions, failure to obey, refuse to comply, and too close with an accident. Who's representing Ms. Blick?
I am, Your Honor, from the firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. We are prepared to go forward.
And Your Honor, just so that the court is aware, the state did prepare an accusation, formally accuse this case prior to the case being called for trial this morning. Additionally, there are some charges added. I will provide defense counsel. I'm not really sure if they want to continue or not, but I will provide defense counsel a copy of that accusation this morning, Your Honor. And good morning.
Good morning. Okay, can we talk about this case at least to see if there's some resolution? Because this has been on my traffic calendar 3 times. And it's been moved around, and Ms. Blick is here every time. She's
Yes,
just
Your Honor, I can definitely
case.
speak with Mr. Taylor in a breakout room if the court will allow. The state doesn't
Because I'm
mind.
a little chagrined that the case was accused, but nobody told us, so Ms. Blick didn't have to appear today.
Your Honor, I did inform defense counsel prior to the calendar. I spoke with him this morning. And so I did inform him that I would formally accuse. So that was communicated this morning, Your Honor.
This morning is woefully short notice, Ms. Ponder.
Yes, Your Honor, I do understand that. And so I was just receiving this information as I was in court yesterday. I did reach out to Mr. Taylor as soon as I could in order to inform him of the state's position. But I'll be happy to speak with Mr. Taylor, the court will allow.
All right, the next case on the calendar is Ewan Sunday Ekpo. Ewan Sunday Ekpo.
Yeah, he's here, Your Honor.
Mr.
Your
Ekpo,
Honor.
yes.
The state will be asking for a continuance on this officer's case. We were notified that the officer is out due to COVID until September the 6th.
Mr. Ekpo, come to the podium for me.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Ekpo. So, Mr. Ekpo, we have a request from the state to continue this case to another calendar because the witness is out for COVID and has not been cleared to come back before September 6th. So, in that case, sir, we will put your case on, well, we can do 2 things. One, I can allow you to speak with Ms. Ponder to see if you can resolve this case today without a trial. If you do not wish to do that, that's fine. We'll just put it on another calendar, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Can I please speak with the person to see if I can resolve it?
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, but just give me a minute to finish the calendar, okay? Just have a seat and we'll set up a breakout room for you when it's time for you to speak with the state.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Reginald Stark.
Good morning, Judge Hayward. This
Yes.
is Attorney Perla Stephenson. Reginald Stark is online, Your Honor. He had foot surgery a couple of weeks back. That's why we had the case reset to today. He is
Right.
still in pretty significant pain and on painkillers. We are not ready to move forward with the trial because it's an accident case. I have to put him up on direct, and I can't have him up there under the influence of narcotics, Your Honor. So we're respectfully asking for one more reset.
Your Honor, I did speak with counsel this morning. The state has no objection to that continuance.
Okay. All right, so this will be continued to the next calendar.
October 19th, Judge, is the reset date.
Okay, 10/19.
10/19.
Yes.
Thank you. May we be excused?
Yes. All right, so I'm going to set up a breakout room for Mr. Taylor. Mr. Thomas, if he is with that case or with any of the cases, I'm going to set up a breakout room for Ms. Blick's attorney, Mr. Taylor, to speak with Ms. Ponder. And then I'll set up another breakout room for Ms. Ponder and Mr. Ekpo to speak so that we can see if we can resolve these.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Ponder. Ms. Blick, if you'll just hold on, they're going to speak and they'll come back to you, to the court with a report, okay? All right, I'm going to put
Thank
Mr.
you.
Taylor and Ms. Ponder in breakout room number 1. All right, and everybody just hold on until we get back.
Pardon me, Your Honor.
Yes, yes, Mr. Tipton.
First off, good morning, Your Honor. I should have said that at the beginning. And second off, I just realized I think Mr. Ekpo is still waiting to speak to a prosecutor. May I make an offer on behalf of the state?
Yes, Mr. Ekpo, could you come to the podium for me, please? Thank you, Mr. Tipton.
Oh, you're welcome, Your Honor.
Come on, Tipton, how you doing?
Doing good, Mr. Ekpo. How are you, sir?
Fine.
Fantastic. Okay, so I'm looking at your charge right now. If you'd like to resolve it today, sir, it will be a $100 fine plus surcharges.
Will that count? Will that put any points on my record because I'm a driver and I
Okay,
need,
so Mr. Ekpo, do you have a commercial driver's license?
no, I have a regular license, but we
Okay, Mr. Tipton, do you know if he's NOLO eligible?
I do not, Your Honor. I do not have his driving history in front of me, and our investigators having a little bit of technical difficulty right now.
Okay.
I can get that from someone really quickly.
All right, so Mr. Ekpo, because you're concerned about points on your license, we can get the investigator, as soon as his system is working better, we can get him to look up your driving history, and see if you have the ability to enter a NOLO plea. If you enter a NOLO plea, then that would prevent you from having points on your license.
Okay, ma.
All right, so just have a seat and we'll get you that information as soon as we have it.
Okay, ma. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ekpo. Thanks, Mr. Tipton. And Ms. Ponder and Mr. Taylor are still in breakout room number 1, talking about Ms. Blick's case, and the last case was continued.
Your Honor, I was able to get a copy of Mr. Ekpo's driving history.
Yes, Mr. Tipton?
He is NOLO eligible.
Okay, so Mr. Ekpo, you could in fact enter a no contest or a NOLO plea to help you avoid penalties on your license. All right, sir. Do you wish to take a plea in this case and enter a NOLO?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, I do.
All right, so Mr. Ekpo, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on case 2020TK03830. By entering a plea of NOLO, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes.
Factual basis and recommendation, Mr. Tipton.
Yes, Your Honor. On February 15th, 2020, at approximately 1900 hours, officers with Clayton County PD observed the defendant, Mr. Epco, driving on Kendrick Road near Bowen Court here in Clayton County. They observed him run a clearly marked stop sign without stopping, and thus failed to yield. The state's Recommendation is a $100 fine plus surcharges, nothing further from the state.
All right, Mr. Ekpo, that's going to be a fine in the amount of $100 with a surcharge of $51.50. So the total be $151.50. Sir, if you wish to pay that today, you may. If you wish to have additional time in which to pay, please let me know. I can give you up to 60 days in which to make the payment.
I need to pay it right away.
All right, so Mr. Ekpo, I'm going to ask you to go down to the second floor, the floor right below you. When you come back through the double doors, go to your left. When you get to the traffic court window, they will pull your information up by your name and they'll accept your payment, okay? So second floor, come through the double doors to your left.
I don't need to come back here anymore, right?
No, you don't. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Your Honor, could I have a breakout with Ms. Blake?
Ms. Blick is represented by Mr. Taylor, and he's in with Ms. Ponder.
No, we're back. This is Mr. Taylor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Mr. Tipton. I can't see you. I had the courthouse pinned.
You mean Mr. Tipton lookalike? I could see it.
Funny. I just can only see one picture. And all I had was the courthouse. I just heard her voice. All right. So Mr. Taylor, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 2 with Miss Blick. And I'm going to unpin the courthouse so the courtroom so I can see everybody. All right, sir.
And Your Honor, may I have a breakout room with Officer R. Square?
Mr. Who?
His name on the Zoom, Your Honor, is Officer R. Square.
Oh, sure.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'll put Officer Square in breakout room number 1 with you, Ms. Ponder.
Thank you.
Oh, is Ms. Ponder in this room?
Speaking with the officer.
Okay. Oh, we have an announcement, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Blake will be entering a negotiated NOLO plea to count 2 only.
All right, Ms. Blick.
Oh, is Ms. Blake still in the room?
She probably is. Let's see. All right, so Mr. Taylor went back in to get Ms. Blick. As soon as she comes out, then we'll be able to resolve this. Ms. Blake, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So Ms. Blick, you're before the court on Geneva Sirwa Blick for 2 fast food conditions, citation 2021 TK 15717, failure to obey an officer, that's 2021 TK 15793. 2021 TK 15799 is refusing to comply. And the last is too close with an accident. You're entering a plea of NOLO to failure to obey. Is this true, Mr. Taylor?
Sorry, Your Honor, are we not working off of the accusation today, 2022 CR 04126?
Okay, I don't have that in front of me. What is it again?
2022 CR 04126. Should be a 5-count accusation.
Okay. 1 second. All right, so I have case 2022 CR 04126. Ms. Blick is before the court on too fast for conditions, failure to obey, refusal to comply, too close for an accident, and improper passing. And your client, Mr. Taylor, is going to enter a plea of nolo to failure to obey. You said number 2, so.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Okay. All right, ma'am, by entering a plea of nolo to this count, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Ms. Blick?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On September the 16th, 2021, officers were working a serious accident on the roadway of Anvil Block Road and I-675 ramp located here in Clayton County. When the defendant before you, Ms. Blake, did drive around traffic, nearly missing officers while working the traffic scene. Officers did have driver did fail to follow traffic route at that time.
All right, Mr. Taylor. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Ponder.
The recommendation for count 2 is a $100 fine. Your Honor, the state has agreed to dismiss count 1, 3, 4, and 5 upon her pleading to count 2, a $100 fine.
All right, so ma'am, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo. I'll send you to pay a fine in the amount of $100. It'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. And generally, because you're not at the courthouse, I give you 30 days in which to pay. Do you need more time?
Ma'am, 30 days is great. Thank you.
So what I'm gonna do is, Mr. Taylor, do you have her email address?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Taylor's going to email, he's going to give your email address to Ms. Brenda, the court clerk. Ms. Brenda's going to mail you back an email with your sentencing sheet that tells you the date by which the payment has to be made. You also have the option of paying online or by phone, okay? And all of that information should be included in the email.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor and Ms. Ponder. All right, so that concludes the calendar for 10 a.m. and we have a couple minutes and then we'll be back for the 11 o'clock count.
And Your Honor, may Officer Square be excused this morning?
Yes, thank you, Officer Square.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe that's the last of Lister and Holt's business, if we could be excused as well.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
And that was Ms. Castaneda that I'm sending the email to, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it's 11:05, and this is the Clayton County September 1st traffic court bench trial calendar. This is the 11 a.m. calendar. I'm going to call the calendar. If you have an attorney, please allow your attorney to speak on your behalf. If not, then I'll speak directly with you and we'll determine what's going to happen with your case. All right, Genesis Janae Allen has 1, 2, 3 charges on the calendar. Genesis Janae Allen. Anyone in the courtroom, deputy?
Yes, I have one person, but it's not Alan.
Okay, thank you. Genesis Janae. Yes. Genesis. Hello? All right. So Genesis Janae Allen has failed to appear. All right, Jewel Christina Baker has 2 cases on the calendar.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Hey, I'm Officer Elliott. Am I excused for Genesis subject?
Hold on a second. Let Ms. Ponder or Mr. Tipton have to kind of weigh in on that, sir.
Okay.
All right, so Jewel Christina Baker. Jewel Christina Baker, last call. All right, Ms. Baker has failed to appear. Edward Jones Lewis, or is it Lewis Edward Jones?
Lewis Edward Jones.
All right, Lewis Edward Jones. Mr. Jones is present. Good morning.
Mr. Jones is present. He would like to resolve his case with a plea today, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, that's God. She represents.
Have you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Tipton or Ms. Ponder, or do you need a breakout room, Ms. Scott?
I do need a breakout room, just
All
briefly.
Right.
Yes, thanks.
Mr. Tipton, or is this you or is this Ms. Ponder?
Your Honor, I'm going to be handling all of 11 o'clock.
Okay, so Mr. Tipton and Ms. Scott, I'll put you in breakout room number 2.
Your Honor, may I give Ms. Scott my cell phone number so you can just, we should be able to set up really quickly. That way we don't have to.
Sure, you can just chat it to her. I set up a breakout room, but if you don't want to use it, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alzie Quinnen Williams. Alzie Quinnen Williams.
You too, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Williams, come on up for me. All right, Mr. Williams, you're before the court on a stop or yield sign violation. Are you represented by counsel? All right, do you need to be represented by counsel? I can't hear you.
No, ma'am, I don't believe so.
Okay, did you wish to speak with the state about whether you were able to resolve your case today?
I have not spoken with it.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll set up a breakout room for you and Mr. Tipton, and he can speak with you directly about what the possibility of taking a negotiated plea, meaning they'll make a recommendation regarding what they wish to see happen, and then you can weigh in with what you wish to see happen, okay? All right, so just hold on a second. Hayward Williams Jr. All right, so Mr. Alzie Williams, you can have a seat for me. Hayward Williams Jr. All right, Deputy, is there anybody else in the courtroom?
No, ma'am.
All right, at this time, Hayward Williams Jr. has failed to appear. Mr. Tipton and Ms. Scott are speaking about Jones and Williams. Mr. Tipton, I'll put you in a breakout room with Williams and the jail. I mean, not the jail, at the courtroom, and you all can speak as soon as you get an opportunity.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we have a resolution for Ms. Scott's case.
Okay. Ms. Scott, do you want to announce?
Yes, Judge. Again, Mr. Jones is ready to resolve this with the plea.
All right. Mr. Jones, raise your right hand for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hands down, Mr. Lewis. You're before the court on 2021 TK 14081 for failure to yield the right of way. You're represented by Attorney Scott, and she's here with you. Ms. Scott, what is it your client wishes to plead to failure to yield the right of way?
No low, Your Honor, if he's eligible.
All right, Mr. Tipton, do you know if Mr. Jones is eligible for a no-low plea?
Yes, Your Honor, he is eligible for no-low plea.
All right, Mr. Jones, by entering a plea of no-low or no contest, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On August 15th, 2021, at approximately 2200 hours, officers had another vehicle pulled over on I-75 North near Fielder Road. They did have their emergency lights on. The defendant, Mr. Jones, failed to either get over one lane or to slow down to a safe speed while passing the lane immediately adjacent to the pulled over officers. The state recommends a $100 fine, nothing further from the state.
All right. Mr. Jones, the fine is $100. Ms. Scott, do you have anything on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor, we just ask that you accept the negotiated plea.
All right, so does your client wish to have additional time in which to pay, or just the 30 days that I generally give for someone who's not at the courthouse?
30 days is fine, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Scott, do you have an email address for Mr. Jones?
I do.
If you could chat that to Miss Brenda Castaneda.
Okay.
So Mr. Jones,
Yes, ma'am.
tomorrow look at your email and you should see an email from the court system, from the state court clerk. You'll get the paperwork with your information on it. It'll tell you the date by which the money has to be paid. And it'll also include instructions for paying online or by phone, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
All
Your
right.
Honor, I'm gonna put
Ms.
my
Scott.
email address and I'll forward it to him.
All right,
okay?
Ms. Scott, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. So your attorney's gonna get that information to you, okay? Just make sure you pay before the deadline, Mr. Jones. All right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank you,
right.
Ms. Scott.
Thank you.
Scott,
Attorney,
Sorry,
Scott,
Ms. Scott,
did you
you
have-
emailed me. I'm gonna forward that to Ms. Castaneda.
okay. Ms. Scott, did you have anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you hear about our friend,
No.
Stephen Knight?
Oh, no, I didn't hear. Congratulations.
Yeah, yesterday they announced.
Yay.
Yeah, so
I
he's
don't know how I missed it, but good. I'll call him.
yeah, I generally, if somebody doesn't tell me, I don't know, but yeah, give him a call. I talked to him
Okay.
yesterday. He's pretty excited.
Whew. Yeah, it's his time.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right, talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, and the last person is Alzie Quinnen Williams. Mr. Williams is in the courtroom. I'm gonna allow Mr. Tipton to have a breakout room with the courtroom, and if possible, they may be able to work that out. Mr. Tipton is in breakout room number 2. I'll put the courtroom in breakout room number 2.
Your Honor, Mr. Williams has informed me that he would like to proceed with the trial.
Okay, what's the state's announcement?
State should be ready. I just want to confirm that Marco Vincent Cooper, our officer, is here.
Yes, I am here.
All right. Thank you, Officer Cooper. State's ready, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so Mr. Williams, the state is before the court attempting to prosecute you for the offense of stop or yield sign violation. This is on citation case number 2017 TK 16976. Sir, you are representing yourself, is that correct? All right. So, sir, it is the state's burden to prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. They also have the right to bring witnesses to testify against you, but you have the right to question any witnesses brought before the court. So you may have question witnesses that the state brings after they're finished with their questioning. Okay, so we don't know if you're going to testify yet. Even if you've made that decision, I ask that you wait until the state's presentation is complete. So please don't make any statements or make any testimony regarding what you believe are the events in the case. You can only ask questions, and that allows you to maintain your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. So you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to say anything or give any information or evidence in this case. If you do wish to present your side of the case, then at that time, I will talk to you to make sure that you're doing so voluntarily. But until such time, only ask questions of those witnesses before the court, okay? All right, so Mr. Williams, Mr. Tipton, go ahead and you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Cooper, would you mind unmuting and turning your video on, please?
Okay, I am here.
Officer Cooper, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please lower your hand. Sir, please state your name.
Detective Marco Cooper.
Excuse me, Detective Cooper. My apologies, sir. And Detective Cooper, how are you currently employed?
Clayton County Police Department.
How long have you been with Clayton County?
Going on 7 years.
7 years. Okay. What are you post certified?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Does your post certification require you to have any training with regard to traffic stops and traffic violations?
Yes, it does.
I see. Were you working on the night of September 22nd, 2017?
Yes.
I see. And on that night, were you did you have occasion to what were your duties that night?
My duties was uniform patrol, answer 911 emergency calls, uniform patrol, just basically area surveillance, general patrols, traffic stops, accidents, things of that nature.
Fantastic. And did you have occasion to patrol the area of Iron Gate Boulevard near Foxfire Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. Any particular reason why you were patrolling that area?
I was assigned to Sector 3 at that time, which is that area.
I see. While you were patrolling, excuse me, did you have occasion to see a black, I'm trying to see the car, excuse me, a 1999 Ford Ranger, a brown Ford Ranger?
To be completely honest with you, since so many years have passed, I cannot recall all the details of this.
But do you recall making a stop on Iron Gate Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall making contact with the driver?
Yes.
Can you identify the driver on this Zoom call today?
I believe it was the gentleman speaking earlier.
I see. Can you identify him by an article of clothing?
No, I can't see anybody on Zoom, sir.
You can't see the Zoom. Okay.
I think he was wearing a white shirt and a mask.
What color was the mask?
Blue.
Okay, thank you. Did you stop that did you stop the driver and you stopped the driver and made contact? Why did you stop him and make contact with him?
For failure to yield a stop sign.
Okay. And was there a stop sign located on Iron Gate Boulevard near Foxfire Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a clearly marked stop sign
Yes.
with a clearly marked stop line associated with it?
I do not recall.
I see.
But I do know there's four. It's an intersection.
Four-way intersection. Okay, thank you. Did you observe the driver stopping?
No.
Okay. Did they stop at all?
I do not recall this time, sir.
I see. Were there any other vehicles located in that area?
I do not recall.
Hello?
Sir.
Hello?
Ma'am? We're in the middle of a trial. How can I help you?
Oh yeah, I think I'm in the trial. I had to download a different Zoom call. My name's Genesis Allen.
Okay, no, ma'am, you're not in this trial. Hold on.
Seriously?
Okay, you're on this calendar, but I'm doing a trial. I'm trying someone else's case right now. You just broke in
I'm
the
gonna
middle of
leave.
a trial. Just hold on and we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Just mute your device, okay?
Okay.
All right. Continue, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Tiffin.
Okay, Detective Cooper, I apologize. I seem to have lost my train of thought there. Just making sure I don't ask you the same questions twice.
Yes. Last one was any cars in the area.
I see. Thank you. Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness, Mr. Williams?
No.
Okay. All right. Does the state have additional witnesses or evidence to present in this case?
No, Your Honor, but there was one question I forgot to ask Mr. Cooper, if I may.
You may.
Detective Cooper, I just want to confirm this was in Clayton County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Mr. Williams, you do not have to testify or to give any evidence. In this case, the state has presented its case and they have the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt the charges against you. Sir, do you wish to testify?
Yeah.
All right, so raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand out. And so you understand that nobody can make you testify or offer you or promise you anything to get you to testify.
Yes, correct.
All right, and you understand you have the right to remain silent and you do not have to give any testimony or evidence.
Yes, correct.
All right, but you wish to give testimony at this time.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to allow you to give your testimony as it is freely and voluntarily offered. Understand that you will also possibly be questioned by the state after giving your testimony. Go ahead, sir.
So on that day, it wasn't night, it was still daylight, maybe around 3, 4, I believe. I was riding down a hill, and that was the stop sign that they alleged I ran. I was picking someone up for work, so I didn't know where I was going, so I definitely stopped at the stop sign and I made a right. Upon me making the right turn from the stop sign, the officers were sitting directly in front of me in the turning lane that I turned into. They stopped me with the lights. They approached the car, they asked me, why did I miss the stop sign? Like, and I was like, no, stop. They was like, you smell weed. Have you been smoking? I was like, no. I may have smoked earlier today. And it was like, oh, well, you missed that stop sign. I was like, nah, definitely stop at that stop sign. And as I was playing it back in my mind, it was like, okay, in order for me to be in the lane that I'm in, the correct lane that I'm in, I would have had to stop. I would grant the stop sign. I would be in kind of traffic lane. And the officer was in my lane directly in front of the park, directly facing my car. So it was impossible for me to run that stop sign because I guess they was waiting for me to make the turn. Basically, they asked me that I had any weed. I told them no. They asked me could they search the car. I told them they could search the car. They searched the car. They did not find any weed. And they gave me citation for the ticket and let me go.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tipton, do you have any questions for Mr. Williams?
Just a few, Your Honor. I had a hard time hearing him. Mr. Williams, you said you would not have been able to run the stop sign. Could you tell me why again? I just couldn't understand that.
So that was my first and only time in that area and on that street, and I was picking someone up for work. So I was going down the hill, the stop sign is at the bottom of the hill, and I was making that right. When I made it to the bottom of the hill, I have to make a right turn. As soon as I turned, the police was right in front of me. So if I ran the stop sign, I would have to be in the oncoming traffic lane in front of them, but I was in my lane and they was in my lane in front of me as soon as I turned off past the stop sign. So as soon as I turned from the stop sign, they said I missed, they was right in front of me. And they told me I ran the stop sign. I'm like, no. They was like, yeah, have you been smoking? We smell weed. I'm like, no. And they was like, well, can we search the car? And I was like, yes. So they searched the car and they didn't find the weed, but they still gave me the ticket, even though I knew I didn't have a run stop sign.
All right, I just want to make sure I understand, sir. So are you saying you couldn't have stopped because they were in front of you at the stop sign or because they were after the stop sign?
They were after the stop sign, so when I made the right after the stop sign, they was in my lane. I could not drive because they were in the lane, you know, restricted movement from that point.
Was their car moving?
No, they was in front of me with the lights on.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So at this time, I'll hear our argument.
None from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Williams, did you have anything else that you wish to tell the court before I make before I pronounce sentence?
No, that's it. The thing was a little bit at night and I wasn't wearing a mask. I was working with one. It's not cold.
All right. All right. At this time, the court finds that there's insufficient evidence to find that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. And at this time, Mr. Williams, I'm going to pronounce you not guilty and you're free to go.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. If Officer Cooper is not here for any other matter, then he's free to go at this time. It appears that we've concluded the 11 o'clock count. Well, we haven't actually because Miss Genesis Allen just came in. So we have to look at her matters. Miss Allen.
And Judge, Mr. Hayward just walked in too.
Okay. It's late to court day. All right. So Mr. Hayward, come to the podium for me, please. Mr. Hayward, what happened? Why are you late, sir?
Well, I went downstairs, Your Honor, and this paper that you guys sent me in the mail, I couldn't see it.
Okay. All right. So, sir, you're charged with a traffic violation, which is generally running a red light. Do you have an attorney to represent you?
No, ma'am.
Do you need an attorney to represent you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, sir, do you wish to go to trial or do you wish to have the opportunity to speak with the state to see if you can resolve this case prior to trial?
I like the opportunity, if you cannot resolve this case.
All right, so I'll put Mr. Tipton in a breakout room with you. You'll be able to see and talk to him without anybody else hearing, except for the deputy in the courtroom. And so I'm going to do that in a moment, but I need to just speak with one other person who came in later, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Genesis Allen,
Yes, ma'am.
may I see you?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, can you see me? Okay, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm at work.
So, Miss Allen, you're before the court for too fast for conditions, improper lane change, and equipment tire violation. Ma'am, do you need an attorney to represent you or do you wish to represent yourself?
Represent myself.
All right. So do you wish to speak with the state about the possibility of resolving these things prior to trial?
I don't necessarily think so because I wasn't driving fast. I was literally turning to my
Okay,
neighborhood.
Miss Allen, answer the
Yes.
question I'm asking you. The
Could
question I'm
you
asking you is, do you wish to go to trial or do you wish to talk to the state about resolving this through a plea?
what do you mean by like resolving, like
Meaning
pleading either not guilty or guilty?
you could plead guilty or nolo. The state may offer a recommendation that includes anything from dismissing one of the cases to a very low fine or fee. So did you want to talk to them first before trial?
Yes, I guess.
Okay. All right. So I'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Tipton. So I'll put Miss Allen in a breakout
Allen.
room with, I got you, Miss Allen. I'm going to put Miss Allen in a breakout room with Mr. Tipton, and then I'll put Mr. Tipton in a breakout room with the jail. So Mr. Tipton and Miss Allen will be in breakout room number 4. I mean, the jail, the courtroom. I'm sorry, Mr. Tipton and Miss Allen are in courtroom number 4. And then when Mr. Tipton comes back, I'll put him in with the courtroom.
Okay.
All right. So you see the invitation, just click on it.
Your Honor, Miss Allen never entered the breakout room with me. Your Honor, we have a negotiated plea with Miss Allen.
All right, do you want to speak with, well, let's go ahead and take Miss Allen's plea. Miss Allen, let me see you. Raise your right hand for me, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Mm-hmm.
No, ma'am, you can't just say,
Yes.
All right. You can put your hand down. You're before the court for 2020 TK 02964, too fast for conditions, to 02965 improper lane change, and 02966 equipment and tire failure. What is she pleading to in the negotiated agreement, Mr. Tipton?
Just the improper lane change, Your Honor.
All right. So, ma'am, do you wish to enter a plea of nolo or guilty?
Nolo.
Your Honor, she's not nolo eligible.
Okay, so Ms. Allen, it appears that you've entered a nolo plea within the last 5 years. So the plea available to you is a guilty plea?
I never did that, but okay, yes.
Okay, are you over 21?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And by entering a plea of guilty to the case ending in the 202965, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On January 18th, 2020, Officer Elliott with the Clayton County Police Department observed the defendant, Miss Allen, driving down Highway 85 near Pine Ridge Drive, where she did commit the offense of an improper lane change on a roadway with multiple lanes clearly demarcated in each going in each direction for traffic. The recommendation for the fine is a $100 fine. Nothing further to state.
So Miss Allen, the fine will be $100. It'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. I'll give you 30 days to pay because you're not at the courthouse and you can't come in and pay right now. But do you need more than 30 days in which to pay the fines and fees?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so ma'am, I'm going to ask you to chat your email address. Do you know how to use the chat function?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so
oh yeah, I see it. It says chat right here.
Okay, so when you click on it, you'll see everyone in blue.
Yes.
All right, click on the everyone and go down the menu until you see Brenda Castaneda.
Okay.
Okay, click on that and send Miss Brenda your email address. So make sure you check it twice so we make sure we have the correct email for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I sent it.
All right, so now, ma'am, just make sure you pay by the date on the paperwork that you'll receive by email. Also, you can pay online or by phone if that's easier for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, you're free to go at this time, Miss Allen.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Williams, Hayward Williams, come up to the podium. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Tipton. The courtroom is in breakout room number 2. Mr. Tipton, I'm moving you to breakout room number 2.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Your Honor, we've got an announcement with Mr. Williams.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Tipton.
So, Your Honor, we're going to request, the state's going to, well, Mr. Williams wanted a continuance so he could hire an attorney. He's a CDL driver.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, so Mr. Williams, you'll be back in court on October 19th, sir. That's our next trial calendar. Make sure you go ahead and hire that attorney as soon as you can, okay?
Yes, sir. Is it
All
possible
right.
for engagement on October the 19th through the 23rd? Is it possible to move that court date to another day?
All right. What's the next court date, Ms. Val?
Judge, I believe Ms. Val stepped away.
Oh,
but
I'm
he should
sorry.
receive notice in the mail.
Okay, so, all right, so he'll have a date after October 19th.
Okay, I'll let her know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, you're free to go at this time. You'll get your notice in the mail, all right?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is 11:51. Court is in recess until 1 p.m. The courtroom is in recess until 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is the 1 p.m. traffic bench court calendar. This is September 1st of 2022, and I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. I'm going to call the names on the calendar. If you're represented by counsel, let your attorney speak and give up the update for what you wish to do with your case. If you're not represented, we can see if you wish to speak with the state to determine whether you would like to take an offer that they give you and take a plea in this case, or whether you still wish to go to trial. All right, Paul Howard Bunch Jr.
Here.
He's present, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Is Mr. Bunch is in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Bunch?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with improper lane change. Do you have an attorney to assist you today?
No, ma'am, I don't, and I don't think that I should need one. I shouldn't even be here since the officer that wrote the ticket is no longer even employed with Clayton County. Primarily because of his inappropriate actions.
Okay, just 1 second, Mr. Bunch. May I have an announcement from the state? Are you all ready to proceed?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the officer no longer works for this law enforcement agency. The state will move to dismiss this ticket.
All right, Mr. Bunch, thank you very much, sir. Your ticket has been dismissed and you're free to go at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Claudia Almeida Galvin. Claudia Galvin.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Ms. Galvin. May I see you, please? Hi, Ms. Galvin. You're before the court on prohibited parking. Is the state ready to move forward on Ms. Galvin's case?
You know, if I can just have one moment, it's my understanding that there was communication with this officer. I would just need to contact the investigator to see whether or not he will appear. So if I can hold for the announcement at the end of the calendar.
All right, so Ms. Galvin, do you wish to represent yourself or do you need an attorney to represent you?
I can represent myself.
All right. So Ms. Galvin, if you can just hold, let me check and make sure that officer does not have an official leave. And if he does not appear, then the court will entertain a motion to dismiss. All right. Melinda Jefferson.
She's present, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jefferson. Ms. Jefferson, you're charged with following too close and no tag or expired or invalid tag. Ms. Jefferson, do you have an attorney to represent you or are you representing yourself?
I don't have an attorney. I can represent myself.
Okay. All right. What's the state's announcement on Jefferson?
Yeah, it appears that the officer is present on the Zoom call. So the state will announce ready at this time, and I would just ask for a brief breakout room with the officer prior to the case being called.
All right.
Ready.
So, Ms. Jefferson, the state is ready to go forward with the trial. Do you wish to speak with Ms. Ponder to see if there's anything that they may offer that you'd be interested in for a plea in this case?
That's fine.
Okay, so I'll do a breakout room with Miss Ponder in a moment. Raymond Maddox Jr.
Here.
He's present, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Maddox, come on up. All right. Mr. Maddox is you're before the court for following too closely. Are you ready to go forward with the trial, sir?
Yes.
All right, is this for Raymond Maddox?
That witnesses are present. If I could just have a breakout room briefly with the officer prior to it actually being called, but the state is ready.
Okay, the officer on Maddox is here and the officer on Jefferson.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, yes.
And is it the same officer?
It's different officers, Your Honor.
All right. And then the last name I have is Stephen Dion Smith. Stephen?
Well, I'm here.
All right, one second.
Hello?
Hold on, man, sir. I'm trying to rename you so we know who you are.
Okay.
All right, is the state ready to go forward on the case against Mr. Stephen Dion Smith, a speeding case?
Your Honor, that's the same announcement as Miss Galvin's case. If I can just,
Okay, Mr. Smith, just hold on. We're gonna see if the witnesses are here in those cases. Miss Ponder, I'm gonna go ahead and let you have a breakout room with the officers, and then you can speak with Miss Jefferson.
okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so I see Officer Angelis.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Miss Ponder.
Okay.
Breakout room number 1. I don't see any other officer, Ms. Ponder. Maybe you can direct me to who else needs to be in the breakout room.
I have Officer Childs, Your Honor. He's the officer on Mr. Maddox's case, Your Honor.
All right, so I have Mr. Officer Childs and Officer Angelis. Both of them are in room number 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Stacy? Hold on, Miss Galvin. We'll be right back with you, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Bermudez, I've checked this calendar and the 2 p.m. calendar. I don't believe there's anyone who needs a Spanish interpreter. If I'm incorrect, could somebody tell me? Okay. All right, so Ms. Bermudez, were you just checking on us or did you have somebody specific who had asked, you were asked?
I
to
was
speak?
just checking on you, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're
Thank you.
excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm back from the breakout room and I can speak to Miss Jefferson in a breakout room. If I need to go back to breakout room 1, I am available.
All right, I'm gonna put you in breakout room. Let's see what we got. Breakout room number 3 with the courtroom.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And so just to update the court on Mr. Stephen Smith's case, it appears that Sergeant Warrant has logged in. So the state will be announcing ready, and I'm not sure if Mr. Smith would like to speak with me prior to trial. But I just wanted to make the court aware.
I believe Mr. Smith is online. So once you finish speaking with Miss Jefferson, then we'll talk about we'll allow you to talk to Mr. Smith if he will speak with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Mrs. Vanderleest.
Your Honor, I have an update for the court. It's 2 updates.
Yes, Ms. Ponder?
I spoke with Ms. Jefferson. I have her speaking with Mr. Tipton. She would like to show us some video. Hopefully that will be able to resolve her case. So she did leave the courtroom, Your Honor, and she's in our office. I did speak to Mr. Maddox as well. I did ask if he would like to speak to the state. He didn't have to, in which he indicated that he would like to speak to the state. He would like to enter a nolo plea. The state's recommendation for his charge falling too closely is a $50 fine. He does wish to use nolo.
Okay.
And it appears that he's eligible, Your Honor.
All right, and so let's, Mr. Maddox, come on up. Let's take his plea, and then once we do that, I'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Smith. And
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
did the officer for Galvin ever come?
He did not, Your Honor, so the state will move to dismiss that citation
All
as
right.
well.
All right, so Ms. Galvin, your case will be dismissed. You're free to go at this time. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Maddox, raise your right hand for me.
I'm kind of unsure of that because, actually, we was at a stop when this happened.
Your Honor, I would just object to any statements. If he doesn't want to go to plea, we can just take it to trial so that the state has an opportunity to present evidence. Because I did explain that to Mr. Maddox, so I don't want it to be as if the state did not inform him of his options.
Mr. Maddox, if you want to have a trial, sir, everybody's here. We're ready to have a trial.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
All right. Raise your right. Well, before you go to trial, hold on. Let me have Ms. Ponder speak with one other person. Okay, just have a seat for me. All right, Ms. Ponder, I'm going to put you in I guess this is Mr. Smith, Dion's iPhone in a breakout room. And when you all come back, you can make an announcement.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so Ms. Ponder, you're in breakout room number 4. Mr. Steve Smith is in breakout room number 4. 1 second, Mr. Smith. Where'd he go? All right.
Man, what? Oh,
Your Honor, I was disconnected. I didn't have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Smith. We were trying to turn his video and mic on, and then he kind of left, so I didn't have an opportunity to speak with him.
All right, Mr. Smith, you can go back into the breakout room.
yes, ma'am, definitely.
Okay, just go back into the breakout room.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I gotta assign it again. Hold on, your computer must have glitched. Okay, I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 4.
Your Honor, I did speak with Mr. Smith. He would like to enter into a plea to the speeding charge.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state did agree to reduce his speed to 59 and a 45. The state's recommendations a $150 fine, and the state is ready for that plea, Your Honor.
Is it $100 with the $50 surcharge?
$150, Your Honor, and then whatever the surcharges are, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm sorry, you spoke with Miss Jefferson, you said?
I did speak with Ms. Jefferson. I just need to give her the update based on what Mr.
Based on the
Tipton had.
video.
Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
so may I have Mr. Maddox, please? Raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right, so you can put your hand down. Mr. Maddox, you're before the court on case 2021 TK 14518 for following too close. You are representing yourself. The state is being represented by Ms. Ponder, and Ms. Ponder is on behalf of the state is attempting to prosecute you for this offense. You have the right to remain silent and not give any evidence or testimony against yourself. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. So that means, sir, that you do not have to present any testimony or evidence or speak at all. The state has to meet a burden of proving your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. However, if you do wish to enter testimony or evidence, you may do so, and you are entitled to ask questions of any witness brought before the state. Do you have any questions, sir?
Well, what would be, say, if I lost this case, what would be, like the fines and?
Well, the fine that she offered you for the plea is the minimum fine we have, a $50 fine.
Yeah, I was just hoping, well, I don't know, I'm just, I know how I drive more safe, so, I don't really be an accident, but I'll just go ahead and take that plea. I'm done with it.
Okay.
There's no law.
You wish to enter a plea of nolo, Mr. Maddox?
Yeah, no, yes, ma'am.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Maddox, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
I do.
All right, factual basis and recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On August 18, 2021, officers responded State Route 85 and Warren Drive in reference to a motor vehicle accident. When officers arrived on scene, they made contact with two individuals, one being the defendant before you, Mr. Raymond Maddox, and also the victim, Latonda Bertley, in this case. During the course of their investigations, officers did learn that, based on statements from the defendant, that he briefly looked away, and when he looked back up, he stopped and struck vehicle 2 in the rear. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor.
All right, and the fine is $50. So,
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Maddox, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo. I'll send you to pay a fine in the amount of $50. With the surcharges, it's going to be $83.25. Do you wish to pay that today or have additional time?
I'll pay it today.
All right. So, Mr. Maddox, when you leave the courtroom, just go downstairs to the second floor, which is the floor right below where you are now. When you come back to the hallway through the double doors, go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. Go there and they'll be able to accept your payment and give you any paperwork, okay?
That's it. I won't have to come back, right?
No, you don't come back here. You just go to the second floor and go to the cashier's window, and then you're free to go.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, and for Mr. Smith.
Your Honor, I just wanted to give the court an announcement for Ms. Jefferson's case. I don't think she would object to it, but the state is moving to no cross both of her citations.
Okay.
based on the information that was provided, Your Honor.
All right, so the court is going to accept the no pros for Jefferson for both citations. Mr. Smith, raise your right up. I have to see you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly
Yes, ma'am.
swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, you can put your hand down, Mr. Smith. You're before the court on Stevens Dion Smith, 2020 TK 04005 for speeding 16 to 20. Ms. Ponder has reduced the speed to 59 and a 40. And you're entering a plea of guilty or nolo?
Nolo.
By entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of nolo could or guilty could negatively impact your immigration status. All right, so factual basis and recommendation, please. I'm sorry, Ms. Ponder, you're muted.
Honor. On January the 22nd, 2020, officers were in the area of Terra Boulevard and North Main Street, and officers were conducting traffic detail using a LiDAR. They did register and make contact with Mr. Smith's vehicle, currently doing a 64 miles per hour in a 45 miles per hour zone. As the state has indicated, the state has agreed to reduce the speed to a 59 and a 45 with a recommendation of a $100 fine, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ponder. I've heard 59 and a 40. So Mr.
59
Smith,
and 45, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I wrote it down wrong. So Mr. Smith, if you do not wish to use a NOLO at this time, if you wish to save it, then you may, if the point is to avoid points on your license, because since she's reduced it, there aren't going to be points.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I'll do that. No.
All right. So you can keep your NOLO and you can enter a guilty plea here, and then you'll have the NOLO in case you need it for something else.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so the court will accept the NOLO. The fine is $150 plus the surcharges. I'm not sure what the total would be, Mr. Smith, but it's going to be around, I want to say around $200, a little bit over. You have 30 days in which to pay. Do you need more time to pay?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to need to get your email address so we can email you your sentencing sheet. Do you know how to use the chat function?
Your Honor, I actually got his email for the court, and so
Okay.
if whoever I need to send it to, I can actually.
Ms. Ponder, thank you. You can send it to Ms. Castaneda. Thank you for that.
Okay, no problem.
All right, so Ms. Brenda's going to send out your sentencing sheet. It's going to have the date by which you need to pay. It's going to have all of the information you need, and then the email should also have information about paying online or by phone, okay?
I don't think he's still on here, Your Honor.
Okay. I think he was having some internet issues, but he got most of what I needed him to know. All right, so at this time, Bunch was a no pros. Galvin was a no pros, Jefferson, both cases no pros, Maddox was a nolo, and Smith was a guilty. All right, at this time, we'll take a moment and we will be back for the 2 p.m. calendar in a few minutes. Yes, Sergeant Warren. So Ms. Ponder, your witnesses are your witnesses. If you're done with them, you feel free to release them as long as we've taken the pleas or the case has been resolved.
Thank you, Your Honor. And also, Your Honor, Mr. Tipton will be handling the 2 p.m. bench trials.
Okay.
Is it okay if I'm excused at this time?
Yes, ma'am. The only, Mr. Tipton, good good point, because I think he said he did the 11 o'clock, and I think we have somebody who was on the 11 o'clock who was just come into court. So that's fine.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I leave now, Ms. Ponder?
Oh, Sergeant Warren, do you have
Yes, ma'am.
anybody else? Sergeant Warren, do you have somebody on the 2 o'clock? Sergeant Warren?
Not, no, ma'am.
Okay, then you're free to go, sir.
Hello?
You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Tipton, my understanding is that on the 11 o'clock calendar, who did we have come in? Thought we had somebody else from the 11 o'clock calendar. Maybe not.
Judge, can you call for Jewel Baker?
Oh, Miss Baker. That's who it was. Jewel Baker.
Okay, she on my phone, but not, hold on.
I thought she was coming into the courtroom, or
No, coming up.
I'm sorry. Let me know, Miss Val. We'll be back at a little after 2. This is the 2 p.m. traffic court session for Clayton County Judge. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward, and this is courtroom 304. I'm going to call the names on the calendar. If you're represented by an attorney, let your attorney speak on your behalf, but I do need to verify that you are here. But if you are representing yourself, then I'll give you the opportunity to speak with the state to see if there's an offer that you wish to accept from them for a plea. Otherwise, we'll go forward with with the trial if all parties are prepared. Kenneth Jerome Bryant.
Judge,
Yeah.
that's our case. He's here on the Zoom session, and Mr. Tipton is we're about to pre-try in the chat.
All right. Troy Thomas Moody. Troy Thomas Moody. Troy Thomas Moody. All right. Mr. Moody has failed to appear. Tiffany Benet Reed.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
All right, man.
My dude named Moody. Moody failed to appear. Fuck it. I'm gone.
All right. Ms. Reed, do you have an attorney representing you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I will represent myself, ma'am.
All right. So, ma'am, you're charged with improper passing. What's the state's announcement on that case?
Your Honor, our officer has a conflict. The Officer Allenby is in training all day today, and as a result cannot be present. The state would request a one-time continuance.
All right. Ms. Reed, unfortunately, the officer isn't here, and it's for a reason that I have to respect because he's in training. So I can give you a one-time continuance to October 19th, or if you wish, you can speak with the state to determine whether there is an offer that you are willing to accept for a plea.
Okay, well, I say not guilty, so is that okay to speak with them?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine. Then we'll be back on October 19th. Just be prepared with all of your witnesses and any documents you wish to present, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
And Your Honor, if I just may let Ms. Reed know, I do want her to know that her nolo contendere becomes available as of the 14th of this coming month.
So
what does that mean, sir? Sorry.
So I'll explain it to you, Ms. Reed. So
Okay.
a NOLO plea is a no contest plea. It means you're not contesting the evidence, but you do wish to resolve your plea. You do wish to resolve your case with a plea. A NOLO gives you the benefit of not having points on your license for some of the traffic offenses that the Department of Driver Services would assess points or would give you a suspension for. If you use the NOLO once every 5 years, then you're able to do that without getting points or a suspension in those cases where a suspension would be the penalty. So yours will become available before the next court calendar. So you'll have the option of entering a NOLO plea if you wish at that time.
Okay, ma'am, I just have one quick question. Now, you maybe don't can't tell me this, but as far as insurance goes, with the NOLO, that's still seen as a guilty, correct? Like it's still a point for me. That's why I kind of
how insurance treats it. I do know how the Department of Driver Services does it, and so generally they accept what Department of Driver Services gives them. But yeah, I don't know how that is considered for insurance.
Okay, so if they don't come the next court date, what happens? Let's just say they need another continuance.
If they don't have witnesses to go forward on the next date, then it gets dismissed.
Okay, I'll go for the next date, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Michael Anthony Samuels. Michael Anthony Samuels. Michael Anthony Samuels. Mr. Samuels has failed to appear. And Demario Renard Smith.
He's here, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Smith, come on up to the podium for me. Mr. Smith, you're before the court for failure to yield the right of way. Sir, do you wish to go forward with a trial, or do you wish to speak with the state and see if there's an offer that you might be willing to accept?
I wanted to know though, and kind of just get that way.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, sir?
You know, take that to you, keep that way.
You wish to speak with the state about any offer they might have?
I want to plead no.
Just want to plead nolo. All right, is the state ready to proceed with the trial on this case?
Your Honor, I thought he said he wanted to plead nolo. Is that right?
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. My apologies. Your Honor, we've had a little bit of difficulty with our officer, Officer Amos, so we are not currently ready. We would request a one-time continuance.
No.
Tifton, he's on the phone with me right now. He's trying to log in. He's having difficulties. I'm trying to walk him through, Judge, to get him logged on.
So, Mr. Smith, they are ready for trial, or they will be in a second when the officer logs on. So it's my understanding you wish to enter a plea in this case. Mr. Tipton, what's the recommendation for a plea?
A $50 fine, Your Honor.
All right. Is he NOLO eligible? Do you know?
Yes, Your Honor. He's NOLO eligible.
All right. So, Mr. Smith, if you wish to take a plea, the fine would be $50, $83.25 with the surcharges, and you could enter a NOLO plea, which would help you with the points. All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yeah.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. You're before the court on case 2020 TK 19510 for failure to yield the right of way. You are entering a plea of nolo. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to have you give up the right to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself, or to not present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yeah.
All right. Factual basis, and we already have the recommendation. So a factual basis in this case, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On December 15th, 2020, the victim, Mr. Demario Smith, was driving down Riverdale Road near the intersection of Garden Walk Boulevard, where he did fail to yield to oncoming traffic during at a three-way stop, and did cause a traffic collision.
All right, sir, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo. The fine is $50, $83.25 with the surcharges. And sir, do you wish to pay that today, or do you wish to have additional time?
I'll take care of it today.
Okay, sir, if you will go downstairs to the second floor, so you're on the third floor, go down to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors, go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. Go there and they'll accept your payment, and they'll also give you your paperwork, okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right, Moody is an FTA, Samuel's an FTA, and do we have an announcement on Bryant, or do you need you need a breakout room with Bryant for Ms. Trammell?
If at all possible. I've sent Mr. Tipton a chat. Actually, he's just responded. Let me take a chat.
Okay, so I'll set up the breakout room just in case.
Okay.
Breakout room number 2.
Oh, baby. And you're smart enough to be a man.
Excuse me, who's on the iPhone?
Jewel Baker. I finally logged in.
All
Someone
right.
was trying to help me, and I guess I didn't press cellular or whatever.
Okay, Miss Baker.
Oh my gosh, I apologize. This was so stressful.
All right, Mr. Tipton, this attorney for the state, is in a breakout room with another attorney. So as soon as they come out, we'll have them look at your case, Ms. Baker. Please mute your device.
Judge, may I go into a brief breakout room with Mr. Bryant?
Yes, ma'am, no problem. Let's see. All right, Mr. Bryant and Ms. Trammell in breakout room number 1. Mr. Tipton, Jewel Baker from the 11 o'clock calendar has appeared. Do you have her information, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right. I know that the officer has been released if you have an officer, but are you willing to speak with her to see if there's an offer that she's willing to accept?
Oh, absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Baker, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mr. Tipton so he can,
Okay.
you missed your court time, but he may have an office that you're willing to accept for a plea, okay?
No problem. Yes, ma'am.
All right, So I'll put you in breakout room number 2 with Mr. Tipton.
And Your Honor, I accidentally logged out of the meeting a second ago and had to log back in. Could you give me another invite to the breakout room?
No problem.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, Ms. Baker is going to be a plea. She may need some help getting out of the breakout room. She's had a little bit of trouble.
Mr. Tipton, I'm not sure how to, how her device, she's been having trouble all day. I'm not sure how her device works. Can you pop back in there, maybe ask her to touch the screen and then just hit the button that says leave the breakout room?
Sure, I'll let her know, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Tipton. All right, Miss Jewel Baker. Let me see your
Yes,
face, ma'am.
Okay. Hi.
All right, Ms. Baker, it's my understanding you wish to enter a plea. You're before the court for speeding 21 to 25 over and no tag or expired or invalid tag. Mr. Tipton, which pursuant to your agreement, what kind of plea is she taking?
Your Honor, she's going to be pleading to speeding. I'm going to reduce the speeding amount to 79 and a 65, and it will be a $100 fine.
Okay. All right. Raise your right hand for me, Ms. Baker. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're before the court for speeding 21 to 25 over, the amended speed 79 to 65, and no tag expired or invalid tag. By entering a plea of guilty to to the first citation, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses. You can put your hand down, I'm sorry. Present testimony and evidence on your behalf and not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation. I'm sorry, I have the recommendation. Go ahead with the factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. So, excuse me. On February 19th, 2020, at about 1:15 p.m., the defendant, Miss Baker, was clocked with a LiDAR going 87 miles in a 65 mile per hour zone. That LiDAR had been calibrated the morning of. And that's the basis for the, and she was pulled over and it was determined that she was the one driving the vehicle. The specific vehicle was a white 2020 Jeep Wrangler. Nothing further from the state.
Right. All right, ma'am, I'm going to accept your negotiated plea of guilty to 79 and a 65. That's going to be a fine in the amount of $100. The other one, no tag, will be no pros. So the $100 fine with the surcharges is going to be $150. Do you wish to have 30 days to pay that, or do you need additional time?
Yes, ma'am. May I have 30 days, please?
All right. So, ma'am, do you know how to use the chat function? I need to get your email address.
Okay, I don't know how, but
okay, can you just give me your email address?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's brush BRUSH me flawless FLAWLESS and then it's ms@gmail.com. I apologize for being long.
Okay, so I have brushmeflawlessms@gmail.
Yes, ma'am, at gmail.com.
All righty. All right, so ma'am, you're gonna get an email from the county. The information regarding your plea will be in there, the amount of your fine, the date by which the fine has to be paid, and you can also have information there for paying online or by phone, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much.
All right, so just check it tomorrow, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go at this time.
Okay, thank you. Have a blessed day.
Okay, and for the Bryant case, I know that Ms. Trammell was speaking with Mr. Bryant. Let me see if they're still in the breakout room. Yeah, they're still in the breakout room. All right, and once we finish the Bryant case, we should be finished with today's calendar. So.
Judge, I'm not sure if you're in the middle of something, but when the court's ready, I believe we're ready to enter a plea. Mr. Tipton sent you an email back.
No, we're ready. I was just waiting for y'all to come out of the breakout room.
Okay.
All right, so what's the, Mr. Bryant is before the court for speeding 26 to 30 over and no tag or expired or invalid tag. What is he pleading to?
Your Honor, he is pleading to guilty to the speeding. He's also in the tag, we believe is going to be announced as a no pros as soon as Mr. Tipton gets that email.
All right.
And Ms. Trammell, don't see the email yet, but if it's coming my way, I'll take your word for it.
It's coming.
Okay.
All right, we ready? Mr. Bryant, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony that you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 TK 14475 for speeding 26 to 30 over. It's my understanding that you'll be entering a plea of guilty. Is this to a reduced speed or to the to the speed as announced?
To the speed as announced, Your Honor.
All right, and but the no tag or expired tag will be no pros. By entering the plea of guilty, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to have the presumption. You give up the right to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
I do.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Your Honor, on September 22nd, 2022, at 5:59 p.m., Master Officer Richard Vanderpool clocked Mr. Bryant doing 94 in a 65 on a LiDAR that was properly calibrated on I-675 south near Grant Road here in Clayton County. The state's offer is, the state's recommendation is a $500 fine, defensive driving course.
2020.
Excuse me, 2020. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bryant.
What's 2020?
That
Oh, the
was
case number.
That was
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So, Ms. Trammell, anything on behalf of Mr. Bryant? You're muted.
Thank you. No, Judge, I would just ask that you accept the plea as negotiated. And we also always thank you for the court's time today.
All right, thank you.
Judge, if he's able to get this taken care of in 60 days, could he forego the probation if he does his defensive driving class?
Mr. Bryant, it's up to you. The fine is going to be $500, but it's going to be $737.50 with the surcharges, and you would have to do that. I think the defensive driving course is less of a time issue than the $737.50. But if you think you can do both of them within 60 days, I'm okay with that. I just would remind you that failure to comply could result in an arrest warrant. Okay, so do you need more than 60 days, Mr. Bryant?
No.
Okay, so Mr. Bryant, just so that we get exactly what we're looking for, don't go just Google defensive driving courses. Go to the Department of Driver Services website, and they have a pull down menu on their website that has driver improvement courses. I think that's what they call them now. So driver improvement course, select one of those that's most convenient to you, take the course, and they'll give you a particular form that we look for. And when you get that form, then you'll bring it back and you'll give it to your attorney so she can present it to the state.
Okay.
All right. All right, and for the payment, you can pay online or by phone, or you can come into the building on the second floor and pay at the traffic court window. Now, I'm gonna get your email address. Your sentencing sheet will be sent to you by email, and it will have instructions about the payments on there, okay? All right, Mr. Bryant. And Mr. Bryant, slow down. Just because you got a car that can do 90 doesn't mean that you should do 90, because the people around you are not expecting whatever it is you're doing. And so when you zig, somebody else might zag, and that ends up in an accident that kills people and shuts down the whole highway, okay? You can only drive for you. And even though you think you Mario Andretti, well, I probably need to say somebody that y'all might know, because that was old school. But even though you think you, what is that boy, Lewis Hamilton, the Formula One driver, you haven't been trained like that. And you got way too many drivers on the highway that you have to contend with. And when you're going that speed, you put yourself in jeopardy and you put other people in jeopardy, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Miss Trammell, do you have Mr. Bryant's email address?
Yes, I've sent it to the clerk and she's responded back that she's received it.
Okay, so great. All right, so I believe that is all that we have for the traffic bench trial calendar today. Anything else before we adjourn? All righty, thank you.
Have a nice day, Your Honor.
You all
Thank you,
have a
Judge.
great,
Good to see you.
good
Have a
to
good
see
day,
you
guys.
too, and you all have a great and a safe holiday, and we'll see you after.